Okay. Yeah, so welcome to today's study workspace. If you are here with us, you're welcome, and let's work together and see how far we achieve today. So welcome to everyone. Okay, that's the prayers. I need to put it off now. Yeah. Yeah, so it's our work time is a time for us to focus. It's a time for us to achieve our goals. If you have been working, you've been struggling to meet up in order to beat the deadline, you have so much in hand, so you can join us every Wednesday and Thursday here. And for me, like many will ask, how do you want to stay this long? Why do you always stay this long? That's it. Me, I don't think I have the time. Oh, staying that quiet and being concentrated. Yeah, that is just how it works. If you want to achieve great things, then you have to do the extraordinaries. You have to do the things that are in a way weird to those that believe in everyday life. So you're welcome to today's study work group. And in this space, we teach how to study. We also teach how to be productive. Our aim is for us to learn the balance between work and rest, and to achieve our aims, especially if you are the type that has a lot to do. You have so much, and you are planning, and your planning is not working because you have your family calls, your social media page calls, and so many other things calls. So it's time for you to dedicate this time, dedicate Wednesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and you will see that yes, all those things, you will still achieve them, and at the end you still have enough time to attend to the extra things. Let me just call them the extracurricular activities, or the things that are not part of the main goal. You have time for them, but this will help you to target and attack, should I say, to achieve your main goal, to achieve the main task of the day. And for you to achieve the best, to get the best out of this space, I want you to take your priority task and bring it to the table. And how do you measure which one is the priority task? Which one should I give my energy and focus to today? So look at everything. You should take your pen and paper, not just in your mind. Write them down. The more you write them down, say it out, you know, okay, these are the real things that I need to focus on. So now you know, okay, which one of them is urgent and which one of them is important. So you put the urgent, the important, okay, within those important ones, or which one of them do I need to meet the deadline, just is urgent, then you put the urgent one. So the ones that are urgent and important, those are your priority tasks. So bring them to the table today, and don't bring many. 2 to 3 is enough each day. Don't bring more than 3 because it will be overwhelming. Most times we don't achieve more because we overwhelm ourselves with just the planning, with so many things on the table. When you have so much at hand, it will distract you. It's not going to give you the time. So no matter what the troubles are, just get the priority task and put it on the table, and let's achieve it together. So we'll be working, this is how it works. 50-10 means that we have focus sprint time for 50 minutes, which means during that time we minimize every distraction, the things that cause our attention that is not necessary, like our social media page, or those unnecessary calls, or the notifications that doesn't contribute to the main goal. So those, you minimize it and you put your mind to what you are doing. Earlier in my when I was doing my PhD, once they said, okay, let's teach people. I think that should be some years back. It was sounding very weird, but that is just the truth of life. So many people, you think that they are reading, but they have already veered off. They are in Australia, where they are in the UK, they are in Nigeria, they are in India, they are watching one thing or the other in social media, and they don't know when they go there. So this is just a way of curbing that, of you being productive, is for you to use this Pomodoro section. So you give yourself time to focus on what you are working on, and your brain already knows, okay, I'm going to get a time off, time to play around, time to relax, time to re-energize, and that is the 10 minutes. So if you work 50 minutes focus sprint, then you go for a break for 10 minutes, mindful break, and you are present in that break. You're not taking your work along in that break. So that works that way. Our minds, our brain is designed to work in sprints. So working in sprints helps you to achieve a lot. So if you're struggling with finishing your academics, writing, you are struggling with so many deadlines. Just join us. Make sure that you're here with us every Wednesday and Thursday. Is 6 hours, and I want to bet you that when you follow us within these 6 hours, just do it within 1 month. Let me know the outcome of what you've achieved. And also during the break time, we talk about how to be productive and talk about the things that hinders productivity. We talk about how to live healthy as writers, as researchers. Is very important to us. Also, we talk about how to study effectively for students, especially for those that are preparing for exams and those that wants to study and be lifelong learners. You don't want just to get a certificate and you are out of it. You want to be a lifelong learner. So we teach how to study effectively. It's very important for you to know the strategies, and these are the things that you get during the break. And around 1 or 2, I normally pause the live and then go for my own break to eat. And during that time, I also want you to eat. Please, as you are joining us, come with your healthy drinks. Get water, get tea. If you are the one that likes having tea, whatever healthy drink that you prefer, bring it along and put it on the table. And get yourself healthy snacks that you can snack on, because you walking doesn't mean that you should starve or that you should be dehydrated. You need to have enough water. You don't need to be thirsty. You don't need to be hungry. When you are hungry, you are less productive. When you are thirsty, you are less productive. So these are the things that you need to bring on the table. And please, when you are joining us, just make sure that you introduce yourself for the first time, those that are joining us, and share the live tab and get others to join, especially those students that needs to learn how to study. If your aim is to improve your grade and improve your studies, then make sure that during every break, even if you are going out, you can just put it in speak aloud so you can hear what we are discussing. Is very important. So we'll be starting now, and when we start, in case you are joining us anytime or you have passed one day on Thursday or Friday or Wednesday and you saw us, we are concentrating. That is the deep work time, which is the 15 minutes. And sometimes you see us, we are speaking, that is the break time. So it goes 50 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of break, and that is very important to us. We keep to those time. We make sure that we use our break time to take care of ourselves, and we make sure that we are present in our work time, so we avoid distractions. We avoid being on break that is not planned. Because if you don't take planned break, your brain is going to take that break whether you like it or not. Sometimes you zoom off. You wouldn't know. When you remember, I thought I was doing this, and you might be reading only one paragraph, you might be reading only one page for 1 hour. It's not productive. That is not how to study. That is not how to be productive. So you divide your time between break and work time. Is very important. And remember, it is just 6 hours. And after that, and if you follow the way we are doing it, 6 hours is just like it's gone. That is how it works. It's very important that you use your break time to re-energize, to give your brain the rest it needs, and to use your work time to focus. And you will see how long you have stayed. By the time it's 6 hours, you say, wow, is it just, you will feel like it's 1 hour. So join me every Wednesday and Thursday. We are starting now, and like every day when we start, we use 10 minutes to do the introduction, and after that there won't be any other 10 minutes of introduction. Only during the breaks that we chat. So if you have any question on how to study, you have any question on how to be productive, maybe you're a writer, I will still create time one day to speak to those that are writers, and how to get that writer's block off is very important, and how to structure your writing. You know, many of us, we struggle even till PhD. I know that, yes, it's a struggle to get the writing flowing, to get it logical, but there is something they call the golden thread. So one day I will talk about that, so you know how to hold the golden thread from the beginning of the writing to the end of the writing, so it tells a story. When you're writing, when you write up whatever you have produced as a writing, book, prose, play, when it has that golden thread, it flows and it makes a story, and that makes it lovely for anybody to read and to follow. So we'll talk about that. So let's start now. I wish you a very productive 40 minutes. So we'll be speaking again once it's 10:50, and please remember to be here with me. And during that break, we also speak. So drop your chat, ask questions, and tell us what you're working on. If you are joining us, and introduce yourself, that is very important to us, and let us know if there is anything we can support you to do. So we've come to the end of this section, and it's our break time. So if you have joined us, please, it's time for you to go on a break. You can go stretch, you can walk around, you can just sit and listen, or you can have your tea. Take short breaks. This is very important. So my eyes is off the screen that I'm working on, you can see. So it's time for us to chat. If there are things in the chat, let me check if there are things that have been put in the chat, then I can look at it. So let's look at how to be productive. And I have asked this question. If you don't have the answer, you can put it on the chat. Do people really waste time, or they are wasting their own life? Because I don't see time as something that you can just waste, because when you think you can waste time, time is running, it's still there. Whether you used it or not, it will run out. So it's not something you waste. You can't just bring it, you can't just use your 24 hours maybe in 2 minutes or in 2 hours. You can't do that, because whatever you are able to waste, you can just take more than you need of it. So you can't take more than you need of time. So time is something that you should measure based on your life, on your life's worth. That's how you measure time. So if you measure time, if you measure your life as time, then you will cease wasting it, because for every time that you use intentionally, you add to a meaningful life, you add to the kind of life you want to live. And any time that you did not use well, any time that you just allowed to waste, or you were just doing things and they are all going, that is a meaningful life that you are not living. That's a meaningful life that is wasted. You can waste money. Yeah, we know that people waste money. Some people have been duped of their money. Some people have even used their money lavishly and did something that they that didn't benefit them, but they can gain it back when they are, should I say, when they return back to their senses. They can get their money back. Sometimes it's so that the person must have, maybe the person wasted what else do they waste? Well, they wasted resources. You bought food and they wasted it, they put it in the bin. You can actually go back to the market if you have the money and you buy it back, or you go to your farm and you get another one back. So those things are renewable. Things that you can't renew, things that you have no control of, especially time, is something that you ought not to waste. It's something that you should take very serious. For every minute that you did not use well is a minus. That's from the good life that you ought to live. It's very important that you take your time serious. You take your life serious. It's very important. So let's look at how we can manage our time, and how we can plan our time. Not really manage, how you plan your time, because you have these 24 hours just like every other person on earth have their 24 hours. But you ask yourself, why is it that some are succeeding and some are not succeeding? There are so many factors that leads to this. Some are biological, some are something that we can say is environmental, some are just should I say, personal, the way the person wants to live their life. You know, some people, they might be born in a very good home, they are living in a good environment, well exposed, but they choose to live otherwise. So there is this personal factor into it also. And should I say, in all there is time and chance. Read the Bible, say it happens to all. So let's look at how we manage our time as humans. For you to be productive, you need to be very specific on what you want to achieve. You need to be clear, which means clarity is very important. And for you to be productive, you should know what you give your energy to is very important too. So if you are still on break, please make sure you stretch, you have your drink, and be present in your break. If you are listening to us, please be present also with us here, and please take your hands off the work you are doing, and let's have this break, chat, and maybe a walk or meditation, whichever you are having. So let's look at how humans, every human, I should say, how humans spend their time. We have this pie, it's in 6. So if you have the round, maybe you have a bowl or a plate, you just use your crayon and divide it, or you take a pen and paper, then you write and divide it into 6. So let's look at every aspect of human life that we spend our time. When we wake up in the morning and sleep at night, the things that can take our time, the places, or the, should I say, the sectors that we spend our time. The first one is your personal care. That's taking care of yourself, making sure that your house is clean, making sure that the plate is clean, making sure that the house is tidy. All those ones, they are your personal care. If you have children, the time that you use to take care of them to go to school, those are your personal care. So it's under that your personal life. You now waking up, you know, some of us will wake up, we want to look at ourselves and look at all those ones, they are your personal care. So in your personal care, that is the first, because you are human and you first, so your personal, that's the pies be done. The second one is your social life. Let's look at the social life, because it's very important. You spend your time taking care of yourself, your body, your shower, so that's your personal. Then your social life now looks at the interaction. It looks at your family life. It looks at your relationship when you have friends. For those of us, if you are blessed and you have friends, because having a friend is a blessing if you have a very good one. Okay, for your friends and those friends that you have in social media, and all your friends, all your relations. So the time that you spend making call them, to check on them, to know how they are doing, that's how you spend your time also. And you also have you need to check on your parents, you need to check on your siblings. So those times, so you need to ask yourself, how much time do I spend on social interaction? How much time do I spend? If you are still the type that is still writing letters, you know, some people don't no longer know that letters existed. They never knew how people were communicating before the phone came, and it is very beautiful. So if you are the type that you have gone straight to digital, it's very good. To digital is good, but the efforts matter. So during this Christmas, try as much as possible to write handwritten letters to friends and family and wish them well. They will appreciate it, I'm telling you that. So the time that you spend interacting with family, interacting with your friend, the time that you spend on your social media also is important. So you need to calculate those and know, how much time do I spend on social interaction? How much time do I spend on my personal care? How much time? So after that, that's the PS. Then the I, which is the PSP. So the I now, you're looking at your income, your income generating activities. So you look at how much time you spend on your income generating activities. You are looking at, if you are working 9 to 5, okay, it's already easy to calculate. If you are a businessman, you know how much you put on it. How much time do you spend on this? So when you look at okay, we have that economic activities, we have the income activities, you have your recreation, that's the energy renewing activities like rest, like going for a walk, and you have your planning, the time you spend planning. I want to bring them all together, then we can discuss it later in the day. So if you put all this together, so which of them do you spend most of your time? Which of them takes most of your time? Remember what I told you, you can't waste time. But what people do is to waste life. They are wasting their life. They are wasting a meaningful time that they would have used to build a good life, which means it's their life that they are wasting, because even when the person is no longer there, time continues. So the person's time is what stops, but other time is still going. So the 24 hours continues. So it's left for you to plan your day. It's left for you to plan your time. It's left for you to plan how you use it. What needs your energy? What should I put my focus to? So you need that clarity to be focused. You need that clarity for you to be productive. It's very important. And if you waste, you know, some people, they say, oh, allow me to rest, I'm still a child. Okay, you are a child when you are 18, you are a child when you are 5 years, you're a child when, but once you get to 40 years, I'm telling you, there are so many things you can't do anymore. So it's good that you use your time well. It's good that you use your time to prepare for opportunities. Let it be that when opportunity comes, that you are ready to grab it. That is what luck is all about. You might be lucky and you find yourself. I know of a man that worked with a governor back home, and he was there, but he wasn't skilled, you know, and he was one of the best friends of the governors. The governor is dead now, and you can see what happens. He has gone back to square one because he didn't have what it takes to benefit from him. If he was skilled, maybe he would have been put in good office. If he was skilled, maybe he would have gotten himself a nice contract, you know, that will lead him, that will keep him for life. But because he was not skilled, he did not even finish primary school. I'm telling you this, he didn't finish primary school, and that is the area I've been working. I did my first masters. I collected data from that area. The second one, I collected data from, even my PhD, I did it in that area, and I can assure you that their literacy level is quite low, and they don't think it's important. So I want you to get prepared and use your time well. Get the skill that you need, get the things that you need, so when luck smiles at you, then you just grab the opportunity. That is how luck works. So we've come to the end of this break time, and it's time for our sprint time again. Is deep work time. So let's focus, let's put our mind to what we are doing, let's see how much we achieve. And for the person that say they are, for those that will be going for interview, I wish you a very successful interview. I wish you luck, I wish you God's grace. I wish you that when you come back, you'll be smiling. When the outcome of that interview comes, then you'll be smiling. So let's continue with our work. We'll be speaking, we'll continue with this topic when during our break time also again. Okay, we've come to the end of this section. So if you have been there with us, it's time for the break time. It's time for the mindful break time. So you can go on your break. If you're there, you can tap. Okay, let me go through the test and go through the chat and see if there are chats that are there for us. Oh dear, I can see Home of Beauty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Your presence is highly appreciated. Thank you so much for every time you've been supporting. Thank you. And yeah, I was there yesterday to see what you were doing on TikTok, what you were presenting. Those clothes, they were fantastic, really. So yeah, I would like to have one. Yeah, even if my size is not there, I'm going to get my size. Thank you so much, and you are doing really well. So if you are joining us for the first time, you can just introduce yourself and let us know who you are, and let us know what you are working on, and let us know if you need any support on your studies, if you want any support or any advice on how to study effectively, on how to improve your grade as a student, how to improve, I mean organically. I'm not meaning those that have already planned to cheat even before they start going to school. You know, some people, they've already made up their mind that, oh, they just need the certificate, that paper, that is what they want. It's not that they want to improve themselves, it's not that they care to improve their image, to improve their ability. But if your aim is to improve your ability, you want to improve yourself, then this is the space for you. So we'll be discussing how to improve yourself as a student, how to improve yourself as a researcher, how to improve yourself as a scholar. So you'll be proud of yourself. You say, yes, I did it myself. When they say, oh, that she graduated with a cum laude, a first class, a second class upper, you say, yes, I did it myself. You'll be bold enough. And let me bring it to you that nobody was born that door that you can't pass. It's just that maybe you're not using the right strategy, or maybe the environment you are in. So let's talk about it and see how we improve ourselves. If you are having problem reading and understanding, if you're having problem remembering what you've read, what you read before, maybe when you're already in the exam hall, you forget them all. So this is the space for you. You can just put it down. You have children, you have other scholars that you know that they are struggling with their grades, they are struggling with writing. So this is the space. Let's talk about it, how we improve our grade, how we improve our results. So when next you see your result, you won't be seeing those C and D. And yeah, I know my school back home, they've made it, I think we have this, it used to be 5 levels. We have the A, we have B, C, and we have E and F. You know, E is the least you will have, and F means you've failed. And there is no remedy. Once you fail, you are going to resit, or maybe some of them you can't even resit it. And C is just you are managing. If you keep having C as a student, as an undergraduate student, what it means is that when you graduate, you might just be ending up with a second, that's a 2 lower, second class lower. That is just it. But if you have those mixture of C, B, you know where you will end. But if you're always an A student, you're always an AB student, you know that yes, you're comfortable in 2-1. And if you are mostly an A student, you know that yes, you'll be comfortable in your first class or in your cum laude. But you need to know the system your school operates, and then you know your target. And it's very important that you fix your target each year, or when you are going to school, you fix your target and say, okay, this is what I want to get, and you work towards it. Remember that the expectation of the righteous shall not be cut short. And with what it means to be righteous is to put in the hard work, is to use the strategy, is for you to seek support if you need support, and for you to determine that yes, you are doing this yourself. And no matter how smart you are, if you make, I don't know now, with this AI and everything, things might change, but that is not the way to go, because you will need to defend your results, not only in that school, not only during your final defense, but you defend your results all the days of your life. So the best thing you can always do for yourself is to improve yourself. then it will reflect on that grade. Is to improve the way you speak, is to improve the way you write, is to improve your understanding, is to improve your retention ability, is to improve your retrieval ability to recall. Then it will reflect on the results. So when you go it through that way, you will see that yes, you are sure and you have confidence in facing whatever they brought to you. When you are at work, they say, okay, apply this, even though maybe it's something new, you are sure that you can learn it because you've already learned how to think, you've already learned how to learn. And that is one thing that will never go out of style. You learning how to think, you learning how to learn, it will never go out of style. So determined to improve yourself. So if your aim is to improve your grade, you want to be seeing that A, and it's not the A that you paid somebody to write for you, it's not the A that you got through using AI. Yeah, I was shocked. That is why I keep repeating it, because somebody said, oh, I want to learn how to use AI and ace it, and this person is actually doing her masters. And what you are doing, let me tell you, during the undergraduate, your first degree, your secondary school, your primary school is just like elementary. Then your first degree lays the strong foundation for that area of specialization you have chosen. Then your masters is the time that you master. At that point in time, you're a master in that place. If you're an apprentice, we have apprentice masters. We have those which means that person can actually just go into work, but the person still chose to stay with. So that person is a master in that particular art, in that particular specialization. So if you're doing your masters, bear it in mind that at that point in time, what you're doing is mastering your area of specialization. So master it, use that time to develop your skills, your analytical skills, your critical thinking skills, your ability to solve problems. That's the time for you to master it. So you become a master, because if you continue in education, then you are going to go to your PhD. At that time, they believe that yes, you know what you are doing, which means you can work unsupervised, and sometimes they expect you to lead in that thought, in that topic that you've chosen. You should be the leader in it. Just imagine that you came out without any strong foundation, you came out without mastering all these things, then you struggle. That is why you see some people, they are struggling. It's a lot. So you need to master it. Use that time you are doing your masters to master the skill you need in that area. Use it to master the analytical thinking, the critical thinking you need in that your area of specialization. Then go on and you start acing it at work, not just acing it in your certificate. So now people think that I can ace it using AI. You are wasting your time, because no matter how good the AI is, it can't have human ingenuity. And most times what the AI will do is to search through the net and get you what others have done, and that is not unique. It might not be contributing some things, but once your mind is already sharpened and you know how it works, even when you use it as a search engine, then you will use it to construct what you want to construct, to get the unique part of you into that job. So it's important that you improve your thinking. So let's talk about okay, we have 2 minutes. Let's just talk about the students that are preparing for exams and the students that have gone to school. The first thing you need to know is why you are in school. Why did you go to school? Why did your parents say you should go to school? Why did you choose to go to school? If you don't know that why, then problem will start, because now what are you looking for? Some people will say I'm looking for certificates. Some will say okay, I'm looking to get that degree so I can work here, I can do that. That is just what they want. And why do they want it? They don't know. And that is why you see them when they bring the AI. Some people send them those strange messages that fly into your boss and say, okay, we help students write, we help students to analyze, we help students. You see them paying. They are paying out the time, they are paying out the knowledge that they would have used to improve themselves, and they will go for it because they don't know why they are there. Why you are there is to improve yourself. Why you are there is to get educated, and getting educated is not just that certificate. Getting educated is you changing the way you think and learning how to think well. Is very important. So let's just focus on that. So we'll talk about the strategies. That is the next thing we'll talk during the next break. During the next break, that will be one. Maybe I will take time off because during my 1 o'clock I use it to eat. I use it to walk around to have a lunch. Then you can go for lunch. When I'm back, maybe 5 minutes. From there till 4 o'clock, we'll be talking about the strategies, the repetitive the active recall, the space repetition, and the mismatch system, all those ways, the different ways you can study to improve your grade. So we'll be talking about those during the break time. So we are back to work. This is the deep work time, it's the sprint time. So we sprint it. It's 50 minutes of sprint focused work. So we do it. Let's see how much we will achieve at the end of it. And I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another break time for us, and if you have been on this workspace, on this study space with us, it's time for you to be on your mindful break, for you to take your break serious. It's very important that you are present in your break, and you are present also in your work time. When it is time for you to work, when it is time for you to rest. It's very important. So I said I will be taking break once it's 1 p.m. So we have to speak for a few minutes, then I'll go for the break. We are looking at how students can improve their studies, how you can improve your grade as a student. So let's look at what is very important. What is important is to have the clarity of what you want to achieve, and also to know the course that you have chosen to study. So if it is still early, you check, okay, what is this course all about? Is it going to give me all I want? So because you don't get divided at the middle. I know some of my classmates, some of them were like, oh, this is not what I really wanted. I didn't know that there is mathematics in it. I didn't know that there would be any science thing in it. You need to be sure of what you're studying. You need to have that clarity of what you want to achieve. But importantly, you need to plan your time. You need to give your energy, give your focus, give your attention to the main job, which is your studies. And you need to plan on the time that you go for your studies. You have to have a plan. You don't just stand up every day, wake up in the morning and you sleep at night. That is not how to work. So it's important that you have a schedule. It shouldn't be a military regime. It's not something that must be rigid. It's something that you can follow, that will give you structure, that will give you the skeleton of what you want to start building on it. So you plan, okay, if you're a student, you go to class in the morning. If you have morning classes, I'm talking to undergraduates now, because most times theirs is just classwork from beginning to the end of it. So you need to plan your free time after class. Every day is studies, isn't it? So you plan when the study ends, you have a break, and after that break you study. And please make sure that you plan your rest when you are planning. So as you take your pen and paper to make that rota, to make that timetable of work, of what you want to achieve, make sure that you factor in at that same time the work that you want to do, as well as the time that you are going to rest. That will give you the clarity. It's going to help you to relax. But if it is all work, which is very wrong, then it's not right. That is not how to plan. You plan your rest as you are planning your work. So from the first time you put that paper and pen, you divide the day. Okay, this is the class time, and this is my break time. This is the time for me to go for my private studies. So you put it down as, okay, for every 1 hour, for every 30 minutes, you should get a break, you should get a rest. Please don't work at a stretch that you go as a student, as a growing child, as somebody that is using your brain constantly. You go for like 3 hours, you don't have a break. That is not the right way to go. Most times your brain works better when you work on short sprints. So use the short sprints, make it maybe 25 minutes to 5 minutes of break. Once your brain knows that, oh, I'm getting a 30 minute, I'm getting a 5 minutes break or 10 minutes break after 30 minutes, after 1 hour, then it will focus. So give it that clarity that between this time and this time there will be rest. So you factor it in. You can say, okay, 20 minutes of reading, 25 minutes of reading, 30 minutes of reading, then 5 minutes of mindful break. So during that break time, you stand, you stretch, you can drink your tea, you can meditate, you can chat with your study mates. So that should be a break time. And during the break time, make sure you are present in your break. And during when you are scheduling this break, make sure that you don't put it the time that maybe others are working. It might be a distraction. So if you are in a space that people are working always, so make sure that your break time also be, unless your step wouldn't disturb them. If not, just let them know that yes, you take break around this time and don't disturb others. So you take your break, you can go for a walk, you can do 30 minutes, you can do 1 hour, then you do break of 10 minutes. Is very important. If you're going to work up to 3 hours, then you do break for like 30 minutes. If you're going to take work for like 50, let me say like 6 hours like I'm doing, make sure you take up to 1 hour break. You're entitled to it, because you will think, oh, you are achieving something, you are reading, you are working. The more you work, the more tired you are, the less productive you are. You can test it out today. If you haven't noticed that, you see yourself reading just one page, you keep reading and you are not on, because your mind is exhausted, your brain needs rest. The rest is the button that will reset your brain. It gives you the clarity you need, and food is the fuel that your brain needs. So these two things, you don't play with it as a student. So plan your rest, plan your food. Make sure you eat well as a student, as a researcher. You know, we are too busy every day. You go collecting data, you are analyzing. You know, some people during the data analysis, oh dear, it's like a crazy time, because people will put their mind, their heart, they will sit 6 hours, they will sit 12 hours, they want to get it right. Yes, please, before you go through that, it's better you plan your time and take that time off in between, get a rest, then you gain the clarity you need. It makes work easier for you, it makes work should I say efficient, because you are going to get better answers when your mind is rested, because your mind needs the clarity that rest gives. So you rest the mind. It's very important. When you rest, then you go back to that work. And how do you do that? Is for you to plan even before you start that work. Are you going to the office today? Are you going to your study space today? Before you go, say, okay, from this time to this time I'm working, and from this time to this time I'm resting. You can write it down and let every other person working with you know that, yes, this is your rest time, and don't compromise it, because your rest is as important as your work. If you are working without rest, your brain gets dull, and before you know it, you keep forgetting, you make mistakes that, you know, so there are some mistakes that they say is unnecessary mistake that people don't even expect you to make. You make such mistakes when you are tired. So don't work till you are tired. The best time to rest is when you are still not exhausted. When you are exhausted, what you are into, if you say, okay, I'm taking break because I'm exhausted, you have been writing now, you can't even understand it, that is a recovery, not a break. So don't wait till you need recovery. That is not preventive. Prevention is still better than cure in everything. So prevent yourself from getting exhausted by scheduling your break. Put your break time, even as a student, as you are studying, put your break time and stick to it. Let every other person know that, yes, this is the break time, I should take break in between. You already know your timetable if you are in the university. If you are a master's student and you have to do your work on yourself, or just by yourself, you are a PhD student, you are doing your work by yourself, then you need to plan your rest. Say, okay, this is my break time, this is my tea time, there are all kinds of break. You can just give them beautiful names and put it there, and take your rest serious. When you take your rest serious, you have the clarity of mind. You see yourself understanding things easily. You will read, you will understand. You will write, you write better. But once you're tired, you might be reading, you think, oh, let me just finish it, I just need to finish this. You keep going, and you will see yourself not doing excellent jobs. That is not how to work. So you need to do excellent job. You need to plan your rest. You need to schedule your food also. Eat well, drink well, rest well. That has been my advice to undergraduate students when I was with them. Even when I was an undergraduate student, people were asking, how do you do it? Because one thing they never see me do is pulling all night, and all nighters are. After pulling that all night, I used to imagine how good their brains are, that that will still go back to school in the morning. That's unnecessary, Plan your time. Once you plan your time, you don't need those all-nighters, because a sleep-deprived brain will keep shrinking. Your memory hub will shrink. It's not helping you. It's not helping your academics. So rest when you have to rest. Rest as if everything depends on it. So work as if everything depends on it, and eat as if you are taking that food in order to get your work done. So take these three things serious. Schedule your rest, schedule your work, and schedule your food. So put them down. Let people know, those in the office with you, those that are studying with you, that this time is a no-go area. So don't call me for overtime during that time. So you will do it, you rest. After resting, you see mistakes will minimize. All those things that you type you didn't know when you send it is a lot of stress that is causing that. So take time off to rest, take short breaks is very important. So we've come to the end of this short break time. Remember, we do 50-10, which is 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So the mindful break has just ended. This is 1 p.m. and we'll be going for our deep work time again. So if you have been with me, remember to bring your priority task and let's do it and see how much we can achieve. I will speak again once it's 1:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. This is a break time for us. It's time for us to go on a mindful break. And for those of those of us that has been working with me, so it's time for the mindful break. I will put it on a pause, and yeah, so you see that I'm on break. I will take break for like 5 minutes or thereabouts. So please take your break. Make sure that you get a stretch, walk around, uh, relax your brain, relax your mind, and improve your clarity is very important. So don't think that putting more time is the key to being productive. Yes, as much as work is tempting, please take some rest, take a break is very important. So I'll be back here between 5 to 10 minutes. So let me walk around, get a stretch, look through the window. That's very important to me. Yeah. Yeah, so there's break there. And there's a break here. Yeah. Pause. There's life. Wow, this thing is so fast. stretch. Open my hair snacks. Thank you for being there. So we have 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. If you're on break, please enjoy your break. Make sure that you are present in your break. So don't go around getting your food, not eating because you want to do your work. You need to eat, you need to drink water, you need to walk around to improve circulation, you need to walk around to improve clarity. So give your mind the break it needs to get the reset it needs, so you think clearly, to be easier for you to get things done after you rested. After you have rested, it's easier for you to get the clarity, maybe to get just that should I say, the inspiration you need. But if you keep working and working, let's just take for instance, you have been working on a page, you read and read. Sometimes you'll be missing sometimes some things in it because you're not getting familiar with it. That is not how to go about it. So you should give yourself rest. So if you're a student, practice this, practice the Pomodoro section, create time for focus, work, time for rest, time for your food, and schedule your joy is very important. So make sure that you are a joyful fellow, you are happy, you're a happy fellow, you are happy to be around, you are fun to be around. So it's not just all about work, it's not all about how much hard work you put in, but you need to think about how to work smart, how to improve your productivity by using the right tools, by gaining the right skills is very important. So for students, let's talk about the spaced repetition. So you don't just keep reading and reading. Spaced repetition means you have to increase the space between the time you study and the next time. So if you study now, give it time before you come back. If you're writing your project and you want to proofread, don't just start proofreading after writing. It will be hard for you to dictate what is wrong with in the text or in the sentence structure or in the things that you've written. So give it time, just take time out. Maybe you drop it after a day or 2 days, come back to it. There are things that you have been putting in your mind, you think is written, but it's not written. Once you come back to it, then you can find out, oh, that I've been missing this. That is how it works. So give it time. Spaced repetition is very important. It's not just repetition. Repetition is good, but you need to space it because you need to give yourself time to store what you have read. You need to store it, and that is the way to store information in your mind. Again, we need to talk about well, we have 2 minutes. We might just start it and we end it maybe during the next break. We need to practice active recall. Practice active recall. Give your brain some challenges. Don't just keep reading. Don't just keep scrolling. Don't just keep watching the contents or whatever you have on your phone, on your screen. Don't just keep watching. Read. It's good that you take some books and read, because these things, they are slow. They are not the things you can fast forward. You can't fast forward reading. If you've been given a book to read, you must go through it line after line to know what is in it if you are studying. So take a book and read. It's very important, because if you keep scrolling and scrolling, that is how you stop should I say, you affect your thinking level, because now you want to know what happens at the end. You just go to the end and find it. If you are reading a novel, you can just open the last part of it and read, but that wouldn't give you the whole story. So it's good you read, and you can do puzzles, you can do things that makes your mind think, things that challenge your brain. They are very important to your memory. So we've come to the end of this break section. It's our springtime once again, so it's a deep work hour, deep work 50 minutes. I said hour when I used to do the 60 minutes 10. This is 50-10. This is 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break, which is the time that you rest. We just finished one now. So we are entering into our deep time, a deep time of work. So during this sprint time, let's sprint it 50 minutes and see how much we will do. Okay, we've come to the end of this section. This is a break time now, so you can walk around, go for a stroll. You can just walk around, meditate. If you want to go for your prayers, it's good. You can go for your prayers. Then just take a breather. And for those that have their tea, their healthy snacks, you can go for it and have your snacks and listen to the chat. You can walk around to improve circulation, because it's very important for your brain to have the circulation working. And I will ask that question: have you exercised your brain today? Have you exercised active recall? Have you tried to recall things today to give your brain some task to overcome? That is how to improve your retentive ability. That is the way to improve your brain. That's the way to keep active, because your brain, unlike other muscles, the other muscles, you can go to the gym, you can walk, you can run around to improve it, but your brain will need some task to perform. So today, have you tried to practice active recall? Have you tried to recall what you saw on that content you were scrolling? We keep scrolling even without thinking. We keep scrolling without even looking at it to know if we understood what is in the content. So have you tried to do that, or are you doing puzzles? What are you doing to keep your brain active? Are you just scrolling through the images? Are you just looking and listening to half messages? On many platforms now, many social media platforms, people will just scroll, okay, and the person will just say one line, they will miss, they will go to the next one. That is just what scrolling does. What it does is to fragment your thinking. It's not helping you to think deeply. So have you practiced thinking today? Is very important. And let's talk to the students, like we are saying. So the second thing I say we are talking about after the spaced repetition is the active recall. So active recall, you can't do without that. As a student, you must be able to recall what you've read. You must be able to bring it out when you need it, when it is the exam time, or you are going through interview, or you are going through any exercise that you need to apply what you've learned. You will need to recall, you need to bring it out and say, okay, this is how it's done, this is how the sentence structure works, this is what I saw. So you need to practice your active recall as a student. So there are other ways also, like active recall. The first thing is to close your book or come out of the media that you were learning from, and just ask yourself questions and see if you can replicate the instruction or the idea in the book that you've read. If you can say it out, if you can write it, if you can replicate the notes, then you are practicing your active recall. Another way of doing it is to quiz yourself. Ask yourself questions, or take questions on that particular this thing, and see if you can answer the questions correctly. And for students, this can't be overemphasized. You need to ask yourself questions, quiz yourself, and see if you understood everything in that chapter, in that page, in that course that you just read. So if you have perfected that, then your active recall, you're exercising it, and what you are doing is strengthening your brain muscles, you are strengthening your nerves, you are strengthening your ability to retrieve information. And you should also try the mix match, and you're not going to do it haphazardly. It's not like multitasking. Multitasking is the enemy of your productivity. I will say it here, because if you're multitasking, you are going to be paying some deficits, because you waste time between the task. From the time you work this, you're trying to do this and do this at the same time. You can't be perfect in two of them at the same time, so you waste some time, which wouldn't even make sense, because at the end, the work that you produce will be less perfect. So don't multitask, but practice mismatching. How do you do that? Is for you to practice just like how real life works. You put your pen and paper, write the rota or the timetable. Tell yourself from English to maths to geography, or whatever subject you are doing, divide it between the time and time block. So you can say within 1 hour I'm doing this, or I will do 3 hours mathematics, I will do 2 hours English, just that way. So you go from the first one to the second subject to the third subject. By the time you go to the fourth subject and return to the first one again, you will be able, you are trying to get back to where you stopped during the last time you visited that course. What it does is to teach your brain to retrieve information from different pathways, and that is very important for exam preps. So if you are preparing for exam, make sure that you are not just going on the same subject. So divide it this way and try to go back and see if you can remember where you stop, if you can retrieve the information. If you practice it that way, you will see yourself being able to produce the answers when you are asked. It's very important. Another thing you can also do is to teach. So try as much as possible to teach others what you've learned. If you can teach it easily, you can understand it easily. So there are things also that I want to talk to students about today, because this should be the last discussion we have, because the next one I will just close, then we go to the MS Word. That will be in the other account. So for students, there are things that are very important. They are as important as being intelligent. And one of them is for you to develop your character. As a student, you're expected to go to school and for you to be educated. When you see, sometimes people will say, is that one also educated? Because the way the person is speaking, the way the person is carrying himself is not looking like the person went to school. So allow yourself to go through school and allow the school to go through you. You know, don't just go reading. You put your head on the book, look around you, know what is happening around you, and learn some manners, learn some characters. Is very important. And learn discipline, learn to be consistent. These are the things that are very important. Consistent sometimes is very important, more than you think. Being intelligent is, you can produce good things, but if you're not consistent and your customers or your users, they didn't see it, that's just it. So you need to learn to be consistent. And how do you do that? You can learn from the school to be consistent. Every Tuesday I'll be doing this, every Thursday, and stick to it and try yourself to be consistent. It's very important. And I want you to also find purpose and direction as a student. Is very important, because if you went to school without direction, you went to school without purpose, you see yourself drifting, you see yourself joining everything that comes your way. They will say, oh, is this one that is raining now? You see yourself joining. Oh, this one is now the one that is now fashion. You see yourself, when they dress this way, you dress. When they dress that way, you dress. When they say it's time for party, you go. When they say even parties that you know, as a Christian, as a religious person, as somebody that wants to become something important in life, that you shouldn't find yourself in such places, because you never had a purpose, because you didn't have any, should I say, any boundaries of what you should do as a student. You see yourself attending all those things that will derail you. So learn to be disciplined, learn to find purpose, learn to find direction. Is very, very important. And learn people and life skill. This is one thing that many people don't understand. Your skill is very important. Your talent is very important. But relationship is just like the study I just concluded. Most people don't know how important relationship is. Relationship is important in everything in life. It's not just in human society, but even in your body. If your hand doesn't agree with your heart doesn't agree, you start having problem, because they will have to, if you bring them separately and keep, they are not human beings, but they must work together to be able to produce what you want. So relationship is very important. And for you to achieve great things, you need to learn people relations, you need to learn people and life skill. Learn to interact with people, learn how to negotiate, learn how to start up discussions. Is very important. If you are the type that find it very difficult starting discussion, you can just go to my YouTube and just watch that and see. It's very important. You learn how to start discussion, you learn how to interact with people, learn people's skill. Some people, they will find themselves struggling to be in a group, in a team, but relationship is what matters. It's somebody that will call you one day and say, oh, girl, oh boy, I saw something there, come and apply. Okay, I'm working here, and they say this opportunity just opened up, and it's somebody that is going to do it for you. It's somebody that is going to do the interview, somebody that is going to work with you. So you learn life skill, you learn people's skill. Is very important as a student. And where you can start learning this is right from the school, right from where you are in that school. You learn, join some fellowship, join some groups. Make sure you interact with people and learn how to manage conflict, learn how to manage disagreements. Every disagreement mustn't end in quarrel. Just learn how to manage it. And the first way for you to manage this thing is to look at the goal, what brought you there. So focus on that goal and so many other things won't be working the way it is working. So when they bring anything that doesn't gel, you won't take it too serious, you won't take it personal. It's very important that you learn people's skill, that you learn life skill. Life skill, people skill is very important. So be part of those that went to school to become somebody, and you don't derail, you don't move out of your goal. So you should have direction, you should have purpose, you should be disciplined, you should be consistent, you should learn people and life skill as a student. So you be all rounded, I mean you be educated, you don't come out and people will be doubting, did you go to school? So it's very important. So we've come to the end of this break time. We are entering another sprint time. So during this sprint time, we are focusing on our job, on our work, the work at hand. So let's work for 15 minutes. Okay, this is the last one. So we do for 1 hour. At the end of the 1 hour, let me just take 1 minute or two to speak now. At the end of the 1 hour, I will be going off from this account. Then I will open up another one, and there we'll be teaching how to use the buttons and all the features on Microsoft Word. So when you open your Microsoft Word, you look at all the buttons there, come and become conversant with them, come and become confident in using them. It's very good that you learn them. It will minimize your struggle in formatting, in typing, in if you are a student, it will reduce your struggle. So just come and learn. It's free. So see you again when it's okay, we'll close by 4, then start that one by 4:30. Yeah, Chile, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for joining, Chile. And every other person that has been with me, thank you so much. So it's time now. This is 4 p.m. So it has been a 6 hours well spent. So uh, bravo to as many that has joined this workspace today. So we spent 6 hours, and that means we've been spending 50 minutes and 10 minutes for each hour. So we spent that's complete 5 hours of work and 1 hour of rest. It has been a very good time spent in this space, and I will encourage you to join, especially for researchers, for writers, for students, to join me the next time. That's around 4:30 when I open up the other one. It will just be like 1 hour, thereabout 30 minutes, 1 hour. So we'll be looking at the buttons on the Microsoft Word. I want to see if I could set it up to be more visible so people will see it and see how it works. So as you are joining, you bring your laptop, you can bring your desktop, you can bring your phone if you have the Microsoft Word on it. So thank you so much for being with me, and remember that tomorrow is another day that will be spending the 6 hours. So this 6 hours is very productive. I don't know for you, but for me it has been very helpful, which makes me to sit down here every time, and I'm happy to come here. I must say I'm very happy. Each Wednesday I'm very eager to come and sit here, and the same for Thursdays, because during these 6 hours I do a lot within that 6 hours. So join us, and it's stress free, it's pressure free. Remember, you can always tap along, you can always connect with us, you can always drop your chat, and please remember to always be kind. So tomorrow it will be another day, and that will be 10 a.m. again to 4 p.m. So see you. So I'll be switching this off and going to the other account, to do because that's the account that I do the stories. So we learn how to write in that space. So come with your Microsoft Word and listen attentively and do the practice, because it's not just theory. This is not all about learning what Darwin said or what whoever theory said, because this is practical. You have to touch it and see how it changed. So thank you for being there, and thank you. See you tomorrow.